Clerk, please.
So, the second issue that we have is a policy on inmate trust accounts. We understand that there are certain instances where individuals are in the process of intake. They may have personal items or funds on them, whether it be cash or checks or something. Yes, ma'am.
Who requested this one?
This one came to us from in-house counsel Eric Antoine, and I believe that there were other committees who had also requested this information as well. The request is that we develop a policy to assist with the process of intake, what you do with individuals when they have personal items on them. Typically, in most jurisdictions, you will have a lockbox or something to contain those personal items. Those personal items go into that. It's a constructed trust situation. It's safe. So those items are then protected until that person's ultimately released, or a family member or somebody who is authorized to receive those items can come get those. One of the main issues that we ran into, I think that prompted all of this, is that the funds were being deposited into a general fund, and there was no clear policy on what to do or how to decipher whose funds went into that general fund, how they were being used, or when they were being released. So what we did was just provide a draft policy. It said, here, what we recommend is, and it's in pure draft form at this point, so it's, you all can amend it, we can review it with you, make further recommendations if you want to have committee hearings specifically on that particular policy draft. We encourage that, and it's just a starting point for you all to get that process going. The key thing is it protects the individual's rights. Oftentimes individuals, you may be arrested, but you are not convicted until you go through the full court process. But in that time frame, your possessions may be taken from you, and you'd like to ultimately get them back, especially if you're exonerated or innocent from the beginning on this particular issue. So again, it starts as a procedure. There are third-party entities that provide a financial accounting service so that it will assist with inmates when they get taken in. Also, while they're in incarceration, you typically have a commissary, which allows you to purchase particular items, typically health goods or food, snacks, drinks, things like that. They all come with a cost associated. This provides an accounting process and accounting statements for those individual incarcerees. And also for you all, as a tribal council, if you want to take a look at how that process looks for individuals. Also, when those funds are typically held, they're put into a trust account. That trust account may result in a proceed from however it's invested or however it's being utilized. And then what would the tribe want to do with those proceeds from that trust account? How would you like to utilize them? Those are considerations for you guys to consider and think about. I'll move on to the third item, which is intended or tentative candidates. You all had a recent election. There was a particular issue in a case that was filed. That case was dismissed. There were procedural issues with it. There were also other issues that pertain to it, but the facts, as alleged, created enough of a context for us to look at it in the manner that we can understand exactly what the ask was coming from the committee. And it was a committee, Tammy. So yeah. The ultimate outcome of that is within the election code. There were references to tentative candidates and intended candidates. In fact, intended was only mentioned once, but tentative was mentioned multiple times. When you all seek office, you file your nomination or your nominating affidavit. In that interim time from when you submit it until the election board ultimately approves that nominating affidavit, there's that window of time there. That is that window of time where you're an intended or tentative candidate. You're not a certified candidate to be put on the ballot yet, but you're in that window of time. Nothing happens. Like, you can't intend to run for office and do nothing about it. You have to do something. The triggering event is that nominating affidavit being filed. When that's filed, that starts the clock of intended candidate or tentative candidate. And at the end of the opinion and memorandum that we drafted for you, we provided two recommendations. One, let's consolidate single definition, or if you want to have both that have the same meaning. So intended candidate or tentative candidate, they can mean the same thing, but let's clarify what those means to avoid future confusion. And then also, I believe I had one more recommendation in there, and it's spacing it right now. But it was part of that process to avoid that future confusion going forward. You all have any questions about that?
If my calling is controlled, maybe you'll do it in government affairs, but have you guys assist in their amendments to the election code? Because there's a lot of issues that have occurred over the years that have gone through court.
Sure.
And there's a lot of rulings that have pinned down, and that election board has had all these years to correct the code, but they have not. So we need to what the court's rulings were inside that election code to avoid any future loss.
Yep, 100% on board with that. And I believe in the previous documents that we've provided regarding those court cases, we've provided also recommendations in those to help clarify or resolve some of those issues before they come to a court decision.
We have an upcoming election next year, 2026, and it would be very helpful to have all of that done.
Basically fraud proof. It's a really sharp system. So if you're interested in that, I can help get some more information, and we can do that at the same time. If you want us to look at the election ordinance.
I swear I didn't really have permission to talk.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, you're fine. Just real quick, I just wanted to get an update that the election I don't know if they're a board, I think, they have requested to have a special meeting with the Governmental Affairs Committee to do just that, to update and bring a lot of these concerns forward. I think clarifying some of these and consolidating the definitions would be a great time to do so. So we haven't been able to find a time yet. This month got pretty full for us, but I'll just wanted to let you guys know that we are going to be moving that pretty quick, or not quickly, but soon it'll probably be in front of you. So if any council has any input or has any, suggestions, I'll let the full council know when that gets scheduled. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a term called, I believe the state of South Dakota used it, disenfranchised, where they wanted to, not sure, but I heard that tribal IDs, when they were trying to have the state of South Dakota recognize tribal ID to vote in the state, But, I think it was Senator Heinert and, I can't remember the other ones, but at the time, when they were talking about the tribal ID, they turned around and they said, look at Rosebud Sioux tribe, the membership, and then you look at the population, the people that vote in elections. And then it looks like, I know there's a thing called poll watchers where people are turned away from the polls because maybe they registered here and then maybe they're still not on the voter list. And I believe that was an issue too when it comes to voting, was a lot of voters were turned away. And efforts have been put forth on the voting because of people not people registering to vote, but yet still not being put on the voters list, or chairs of those communities taking people off. So there's issues like that when I look at voting polls, and I wish there was someone there that could take a name down. If they were turned away from that ballot, put someone there that they can go to, say, hey, they turned me away. Oh, what's your name? Put their name down. See if they did register. And if they have records like that. There's more ways to doing voting, disenfranchising the reservation. So I just want to make that comment when we look at the election stuff.
I think you're 100% right, and I remember those conversations at the Capitol too, because they basically were saying that, you know, tribal IDs weren't valid for state elections, even in voting. They kind of went through the you know, some of the committee testimony and said, you know how tough it is to get a tribal ID? I mean, to get a state ID, basically you get a post office box, you prove you've been living there for a certain amount of time. I said, when you get a tribal ID, you look at family tree, sometimes just DNA tests, you know, all these things just to get a tribal ID, because they thought it was susceptible to fraud. And I'm like, this is all reported to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and it was pretty disappointing to get that result from out there. But I think you're spot on with not only having and then with such a large reservation, you may have people that inadvertently try to vote in different districts because maybe they live right on the edge and they're not quite sure where they're supposed to be. So I think that's a great idea, is to have you know, a policy like that. And the other thing that's nice with software, others avenues like that, is once, you know, somebody enrolls and they use their tribal ID to vote once, nobody else can use it. So it's their opportunity is locked. And again, the election board wouldn't see everything until it's posted. So that's a very good idea to incorporate that in.
Can we get a copy? Well, I have to say pen. Provide us a copy of all your legal opinions that you have provided to committee and council, to everybody on this body, please.
We can do that. I was just checking because the next issue that we have was the authority to postpone or reschedule tribal council meetings. And the determination of the power to schedule meetings lies with the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, not the executive office. There are things that you can do to recess and extend meetings, but as far as rescheduling the full time of a meeting, that goes to the tribal council and when you want to set your meetings.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Is there a reason why that opinion was not sent to council?
That one was at the time requested by the vice president who was sitting in as the president, and it was a discussion on whether a meeting could be moved at that tentative time. I don't know a lot of the context and circumstances behind it, other than it was just a request and it could be done. I don't know if it had been done. I don't know if
It was
going to be
regarding
done.
council, so I feel like council should have had the right to know what was being said about council. And nobody's seen the opinion. Have anybody in here seen it? No. I haven't seen it, so it would be nice if we can get copies of things like that sent directly to us.
Emily, and then Tammy,
Okay.
and then Toots.
Okay.
Is it okay if I sit down? I just had a question, but I wanted to read from my notes here. So this issue, what you just said, is helpful because this, a lot of back and forth and, whatever miscommunication and stuff. So it's helpful to have those, to stop that, right? And then we can all move forward on the same page. But I think that's where some of the frustration might be coming from. But we recently had a, governance training for our council. And it was kind of originally going to be like an orientation, but by the time it got scheduled and everything, there was only one person who maybe hadn't had a tribal orientation already. So it turned into more of a working session. So I really wish that more council was there, but anyway, that's beside the point. At that time, a lot of this stuff was discussed, and we determined that we need maybe a retreat or a couple days to look at some of our stuff because it's so outdated that we ignore it or we try to finagle it away when really it's our job to update it and elevate it and make it useful for us again, right? So I just wanted to get that on your radar too, because I don't know if you're going to be available, if we can, Zoom you in on some of these sessions.
We're happy to take retreats.
That's awesome. So that's the first level. But then I do have questions. So regarding that, one of the first questions that came out that no one could really answer at that last training was, when we talk about, and I don't have the Constitution in front of me, when we talk about the governing body, right? Our Constitution says the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And then the next section talks about our officers and our representatives. So in my mind, the governing body, officers, and reps. But when we look at how we talk about each other and even how some of our recent ordinances are worded, it's very clear that some people have the opinion that council is only the representatives and our officers are something else. And so I was wondering if we can get an opinion, if you have it off the top of your head or even written later down to clarify that, because then we can then make all of our ordinances and stuff in alignment with that, because right now that's kind of a gray area depending on who you talk about, right? Or who you ask, I should say.
Sure.
And so within that, we also started talking about some of the other issues, but it made me think about a conversation that was had earlier about a comment made about who gives you the tasks, right? We had the discussion, and at the time it was a committee because that's council, and the officers because in our Constitution it says something like the authority that the officers have has to be in alignment with our ordinances, resolutions, and instructions from council. So it's kind of embedded in there that it would be at council's instructions that any of our officers would do anything, right? So again, there's miscommunication and further clarification on can the asks happen without council's instruction, right? Because that's what's happening is without our knowledge, without our instruction or communicated, or even after the fact, we don't know. So I think that's the part, again, if we can get some clarification on that, or maybe that's something that we should delve a little bit deeper into when we go to on the retreat thing that we get scheduled soon.
It's from the governmental standpoint. This has kind of been brought up to us twice by two different council members. And it's how you structure your government from the body that you have. For instance, with directors, they're typically nominated or appointed by the president, and then they come to you for approval, and you approve their position. Their duties you can define. There are things that you as the council can lay out for them that provides that guidance and instruction on how they operate or carry out their duties in their process that they oversee, or whatever the case may be. I mean, yeah, you can get really illustrative with it. For us, when we get requests for opinions or advisory, whether you all see them or not, I think it may also be because people are, I wouldn't say concerned, but they're rightfully cognizant of, am I going to do something that's going to put this position in jeopardy or the tribe in jeopardy? And it's more of kind of a global view of how things are operating. Not so much as am I protecting myself from something, or retaliation or anything like that. I think there's a good place from where somebody, when the ask comes, or if an issue pops up and how we kind of not necessarily mediate it, but we look to it, is a proper procedure being followed? Because a lot of the time that we get a request is there's an action or an interpretation or something that comes down, and they're looking for guidance from us on it. And it's, one thing for us to look at it and go, well, is the proper procedure that you've already laid out being followed? Or are people skipping steps or they're not following the steps? And then so from that standpoint, it's I think helpful for the collective body whether it be directors and council or just directors or however it may come to be. The continuous thing for us is we have the duty to make sure that you all don't, we can't do it all the time, but we'll try to do our best to keep you from making poor decisions that put you in harm's way, right? You can't always save your client, but you can do whatever you can to try to advise them accordingly and say, hey, you probably don't want to touch that stove, it's hot. There's reasoning behind it. But when it comes down to it, when you want to ask us for advisory opinions on how to set things up and clarify goals or activities, things like that, we're happy to work with you and do that.
Okay, so like the first question then, I don't feel was answered in that, as far as your opinion on when the Constitution says the words Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, is it referring to just the representatives or is it referring to the representatives plus our elected official, meaning our treasurer, our secretary, our president, and our vice president?
At first blush, and this is me without looking at it, when I hear the term council, I'm thinking collective body of you all plus the officers as well.
Because that's how it reads. When it talks about us, it talks about it all together. It says we can't act without all of us together. So I just want to make sure because there's some recent actions that separate that. So I just wanted to make sure that that.
Yeah, I think too, Emily, from the standpoint that you have a unilateral action from the executive, there are some markers that lay out what they can and can't do. Right? There are restrictions based on their duties within the Constitution and the ordinances that you all have provided that kind of lay out what they can and can't do. And if they seek advice on, council said this is what the ordinance says, are we good to do what we're doing? They're making sure that they're not complicating things further or putting themselves and the tribe in harm's way as well.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. I definitely get that. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm referencing, but thank you for that clarification.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so-
That was my question. Thank you.
Tammy?
I would like to make a motion, because I know everything that we do, in order for it to be addressed and done, needs a motion. So I'm gonna make a motion that you provide us all the legal opinions that you have given the council, the committees, the vice president, and the president since your contract started and going forward to every single individual council representative here on this body. And with that, you provide a monthly report to us, simply because the last report we got, remember I discussed this with you earlier, was in January. So we need to know what our attorney general is doing. That's my motion, and then I'll carry on with that. That's my motion.
Vote seconds, we have a motion on the floor.
What was the motion? Sorry.
Second by Toad. Any discussion?
Hold on, is this even gonna be a legit motion if we don't have a president or a vice in this room right now?
That's true.
Now, that's an interesting question.
Yeah, because I had that same question yesterday, so when she left, I got up and went out and grabbed Lisa and told her to come in because she walked out.
I thought she gave her authority just now. Is that not?
In the Constitution, they,
Can't? I know that was an issue that we were in one of our proposed amendments.
It says chair and vice chair will
Yeah.
reside over all meetings.
yep.
So we're gonna have to wait for the motion.
Yep.
For Madam Chair to come back in, otherwise it's
Yeah, just
no good.
let them continue with their report and then do the
Can
motion.
council make a motion that temporarily makes our treasurer the presiding officer?
No.
I was asking legal opinion.
Because yesterday when she walked out, I ran and got Lisa and told her, and then Lisa came in and chaired.
The reason why I'm asking is because they did that on committee levels when we didn't have any officers yet. They got an officer and then they gave their authority to one of the council reps to lead that meeting. So we've done it at committee level, so I'm just wondering why we don't.
Yeah, it's a different elevation.
Okay. Thank you.
So in this particular case, then, there's no action that can be taken by the council unless there's a president or a vice president?
Yeah.
President?
That's really what it comes down to, I think.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So basically, some of the actions that we took yesterday would be out of order because she wasn't in the room.
I don't think we took the action when she was negotiating. I guess we did
Yeah, we did.
it. Pass some resolution.
Duties and jobs.
Gonna have to pass them again today.
And it wasn't just yesterday.
Yep,
It's happened more than once.
yep, it's happening once. Well, should we take a recess then? How she?
Or can we still get the updates?
Can we just keep looking
Yeah,
at
yeah, okay. We'll go
Continue with the
slow.
updates. Seth will look at he's looking at the constitution.
The next person is Totes. Yeah. But for right now, I'll just, can't make any rulings, but we won't take any action on a motion until the chairman gets back.
You know, it's sad that we're just now hearing it from you and that we didn't receive, some of us did verbally receive the information about council having the authority to call the meetings. But I want to read something here while people are on the line. Manage and administer the affair. This is the duties of the president. And I ask that our duties, that council's duties and the president's duties be read live on the air so the people can hear. To enforce tribal council resolutions, ordinances, and instructions. Inform the tribal council prior to representing the Rosebud Sioux tribe in external affairs. Report to the next tribal council meeting any involvement in any external affairs on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And then it goes further down to supervise tribal employees. But, you know, we're skipping some lines here, the communication part of it. You know, and I'm glad that this is being brought out live on the air because this is really serious stuff in order for us to move forward in the next 2 years. The communication needs to be there. You know, no one's above the other. We work for the people. And so nothing should be, I think I heard a couple other council reps say everything's so secretive around here. It shouldn't be that way. We work for the people. People have a right to know. And that, like Wayne said earlier, there are situations when it involves employees where we have to go off the air, and what you're going to be presenting later, there are situations where we do go off the air. But for the majority of the part, the people have a right to know. Popcorn.
So if there are no other questions, continue.
Okay.
The next thing was the request on reviewing how background investigations are conducted. Ms. Swift has been in her position for quite some time. I think she would like to retire at some point in time. She, you know, the conversation I had with her, she walked through the process. Most of the delays that she faces are due to external issues, such as when she sends reports to the FBI. It takes time for the FBI, especially now during the government shutdown, to respond back with whatever the report may be. And also what other sources that she has to go through externally to ensure that whoever is applying to do a job is going to be qualified and pass a background check in order to be do so. Not necessarily qualified, that's up to you guys, but from the qualifications of their background that they're going to do so. You know, one of the recommendations that we made was try to help her out. She only has 1 or 2 part-time staff employees. She can only delegate so much work to them. The remainder of it is up to her. The concern with that is how much work she's doing beyond what would otherwise be called upon for a normal employee. And so if she's putting in additional overtime, is there something at that point? She's, you know, alluded that she stated that she's requested assistance in the past. Those requests have not been answered. So from that standpoint, you know, our recommendation is if you want faster background checks, help her out. Another positive of assisting her with additional people will be continuity, because when she does retire, whether it's this winter, next spring, whatever the case may be, you're going to have somebody else step into that role and have to know what they're doing. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. Share anything first.
Which is for the treasurer or the council, I guess. I missed the days with the budgeting. So What, did we budget for any extra additional staff for that office?
Remember I asked because in one of the committees, we discussed that elevating her technology would also speed up some of the process rather than mailing everything in if we had digitalized things. And I didn't get an answer on that, so I don't know if the treasurer might have.
Okay, my question was in regard to the budget for the background investigations office. Did we increase her budget at all? No? Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to, review the Attorney General budget, to review the Attorney General budget for reconsideration and appropriation. Second.
Question. Now, David, can we have some discussion before we get to the question?
Yeah.
So quickly?
First, second, discussion.
Um,
Anything question?
The matter of the budget, excuse me, what we approved, was approved with a margin of $20,000. And to the good, I guess, to the positive side. Now, again, your budget numbers are best guess estimates of what's going to happen as far as income and stuff. So if we have to do budget realignment or adjustments, we're going to have to, in all likelihood, depending on the amount of money that's required, we're going to have to cut from somebody else's budget to implement, what the council wants in this matter. Just so you know that. Okay, and if we do it, let's not argue back and forth for over an hour, because somebody's going to be affected by whatever we do here.
Any further discussion? Family?
Just for clarification, the motion was to have that discussion, right? Like, we're not voting on the amount or anything right now. Okay.
Just to review it.
Okay, thank you.
Question? Emily? All in favor?
Just review, it's gonna review the.
Well,
Opposed?
zero,
No voting?
zero.
Motion carried.
We're gonna take it from horse trade.
So please don't remind us, whenever we come with that, we were directed to do this.
I had a motion on the floor, it was seconded. Can you read that motion back, Helen?
Okay, I got to provide, Blake Follis, Attorney General, provide all legal opinions that have been given on the President's Office, Committee, Vice Presidents, and all the officers, or council
It
reps.
was to have the Attorney General's law firm provide all the legal opinions that were requested by the committees, by council, by the President's Office and Vice President's Office, and a monthly report as well provided to all of tribal council.
Provide monthly report to tribal council. You made the motion and told second, I didn't get the question.
Is that, current
Well,
forward?
this
or
was
not?
from the beginning.
Oh, yeah, from the beginning.
Yeah, from the beginning of their contract to present day and going forward.
And can you amend it to include that?
That's what it was supposed to
That's
say.
what it was,
Okay. Any discussion?
Sure.
If not,
Madam
Mike?
Chair, I got my hand up.
now you can see
I
it.
feel like I'm in the way, sorry.
So, are we talking about this administration or the past administration? I'm not sure when you actually became engaged with the
It
tribe.
was April of '24.
So does that go back to the last administration also?
Yes.
Okay, what's the purpose for that?
So we can see.
For the last administration, I guess.
Well, why not?
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. Why?
Because they've requested legal opinions before, we haven't seen them. what if those legal opinions have a bearing on what we
Yeah,
do?
and I'm curious, because I wasn't here last administration, you know,
Exactly.
so I don't
So-
know what.
I wasn't either, Mike. Yeah. Do you have a question? I'll call for it.
I do have one comment. I know that there is at least one opinion that may have a personal effect on a member of council, that if it's fine with you all to exclude that particular member from receiving them because there is personal circumstances regarding that.
Leave it. Is it?
You mean there's some confidential?
There is a confidential issue,
Legality involved in some of these.
correct, for sure in this one
Well,
particular.
if that was about any of us, we should be concerned about it, you know, and we probably wouldn't want it talked about, you know, so keep that in mind.
Well, it should have been informed too.
So are you
Be
saying
fair about
excluding
this.
it from sending it out at all, or just
No, from,
redacting pieces, or just not giving it to that one person that it involves? Because
the latter would be the easiest to do, but also from the standpoint of administration. I think the issue that it comes down to is it doesn't implicate, but it has, there's a procedural mechanism that hasn't taken place yet. In one of the committees or under governmental bodies, and you don't want to affect the outcome based off of that until it occurs. I think after that process and procedure takes place, then I think it's a, open book on the issue altogether. But I am aware of at least one that, to my knowledge, has not been acted on yet.
Emily, it's the opinion on me requesting information.
well, the current one, that was,
Apparently so. And that's the only thing I can assume.
and so your suggestion was everybody but whoever it's about would get a copy of it? Or nobody would get a copy because it's about somebody else?
I think it's smartest to nobody get a copy.
And that's fine. I can amend that.
Okay.
And that request was from council for you to get that opinion?
No.
Which is confusing.
I know.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Which is
Michelle?
confusing because the intent on bringing them on was to help protect council. And we're talking about a council representative that you're giving an opinion against.
The individual was not a council member at that time. And it was under the prior administration. But the delay in time from when the action was raised against an entity of the tribe, yet it hasn't gone, to my knowledge, through its full course yet.
Okay. Well, see, not having any information.
Okay, so
just
I don't
leads us to
think it
speculate,
would be
so-
on me
Please
requesting
raise your hands.
information.
When you're talking.
Okay, Corinne?
I don't think it would be that one on me requesting information. I don't know who you're talking about for what you were referencing.
Can't say.
Don't say it if you don't need to. Don't
Yeah,
say it. It's either
Exactly. I'm fine with that.
redacting just that one
Yeah,
Okay.
until the action is done.
especially if it will violate somebody's rights.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there we go. So
And in the
that-
future, if there's an issue like that, you just want us to disclose like, hey, there's a matter that is not being shared because of X, Y, and Z, or,
Yeah.
Yeah.
implicate somebody's confidential information.
Correct.
Okay.
So the motion's amended?
Yeah,
One motion can be redacted. It should get all the.
There's no more discussion. Question.
Sherry questioned it, so we're voting.
All in favor? Opposed?
One,
Not voting?
two.
Motion carried.
So what number was that on there? Sorry, Blake?
6.
Number 6 on the memo for you guys was in regards to the skilled nursing facility in White. Yeah. So we assisted in the development and the issuing of tax exempt debt for that facility to the tune of $29.6 million. It's a full replacement of the existing facility. Everything was closed on, I believe, the 9th of September. So the project was fully funded and construction is beginning. I don't remember the exact time frame for construction, but I believe it was around 18 months. The financials and everything that are associated with it look very good. You utilize D.A. Davidson, who's a bond placement agency that has multiple offices around the country. And the project overall looks like it's going to be a very, very successful project for the tribe and its elders. The reimbursement for this, there's a Shakopee grant that was associated with some of the payment of this, but there's also the method of funding this is through Medicaid reimbursements. So it's not like you'll have to have an annual budgeting for it, anything like that. Great project. I can see more of these coming up on your reservation based on your population need. I acted as a special counsel of the tribe in that, as the attorney general for the firm, wrote an opinion, and everything close successfully. Very good transaction.
Number 7, I'll reserve the name specifically, although it's in, yes, sir.
Could I may have stepped out, but was there some discussion on the Costello property?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I address that?
Not while we're on air.
Let's reserve that to the.
Well, what I have to say is really, I don't think it's proprietary. I'm the one that made the motion, to take some legal action, and where I was coming from, and I thought I explained it at the time, was, the owner of those properties is someone that's in the Section 8 business, not only in Mission, but around the state, as I believe. This is something that they do. And so, under Section 8 law, do they have a responsibility, as someone in qualifying to be a, Section 8, participant? Do they have a responsibility to maintain safe and sanitary conditions, in their properties? That's really where I was coming from. Was any research done in that regard?
Yes, and the short answer is yes, and we're prepared to talk to you about that in executive
Okay,
session.
so it's not really a matter of suing Costello's agency. It's a matter of,
Point of order, I don't want to talk about suing while we're on air. Sorry, Mike.
I don't know, I don't understand what's proprietary, what's secret about them using the word suing. I mean, okay,
Can we talk about it?
forcing some legal, or getting an interpretation of Section 8 law relative to the conditions over there. Let's put it that way. Now, based on what that may reveal, that gives me some direction as to who to hold responsible or accountable. The federal government, the property owner, or both of them. That's really where I was going. Now, did we get are you still researching that? I mean, how hard does it take to research a federal law, in terms of participants' responsibilities toward their properties?
Mike, so as soon as we get through all of this, then we'll discuss Sunrise. But we have to get through, there's 17 of them that we can go through that are on the air. And when it comes to Sunrise, we'll go off the air. Right here, Mike.
Again, I don't understand. Costello property, they got a problem. I don't know what the hell. Whose rights we might violate, I mean.
All right, let's move on to the explanations that Blake's giving you on his bullets.
I appreciate the vigor on that. Back to this again, I'm going to exclude the individual's name. My understanding is that the individual came to council, provided their present circumstances with regard to housing that they have and an issue that they had separately. I think it entangled something within Rapid City, that a deposit was made, the deposit was not honored for a modular home. The issue with that is that it occurred 8 years ago, and it was off reservation. There's no tribal entanglement from that standpoint, so it's very difficult to raise a claim that the tribe can, bring in or exercise or exert jurisdiction over. So it would be a state law claim, which I believe, based off of 8 years, you're going to have a statute of limitations issue that would bar recovery on that unless we have other facts and circumstances that provide the additional information to.
So basically, you guys, kind of represented maybe a tribal member?
No, we did not. It was a cursory view of what their circumstances were and whether the tribe could assist that individual and how they could assist them. So it wasn't, we're going to go bring a claim on behalf of this individual. It was more so, from the tribe standpoint, there's a limitation on what they can do because they're not a party. They have no standing, so they can't get anything out of it at the end of the day. Whether the tribe could exert jurisdiction over that particular case, it's unlikely unless we have, again, some sort of facts that provide for that. There's nothing there. There was another related issue related to the person's current housing situation. And in that one, it's really up to the tribe and the tribal council on whether housing wants to be provided. I, again, don't really know a lot of the facts about it. It was just that they have a present situation. They can't afford the present situation going forward. They're likely to be evicted because of not being able to afford that. And then what's going to be the overall outcome. And it kind of goes back to the original issue of having that deposit that's not honored on a modular home. For this particular individual, my heart goes to them, but there's just not much that we can really recommend other than say, the tribe can consider additional housing, and maybe housing's available for them. And then they can work that out on an administrative level that really doesn't involve us from a legal context. And it doesn't provide the tribe's positioning to go and launch litigation on that person's behalf or that present situation. So I understand when somebody comes to you and they have a desire because they have a harm that they are personally feeling, that doesn't always encompass the interests of the tribe. And it's, for you all, fair to look at it and ask for guidance on how to handle that situation and whether the tribe's in a position to do something about it from a legal standpoint. Again, we can provide a straight answer on that one.
I'm just surprised that this one individual issue was, asked of you guys to provide a response for, simply because we get a lot of these that come here to the council requesting for help like that, and I think maybe you guys can, I'll probably have to motion for it later, but we need the, what is that office? Civil Rights Office. And if you guys can help us with that, but I'll bring that motion up whenever you're done with your.
So I think there's something to civil rights and civil rights office and the protection of individual rights. But for instance, most of the cases that would come before an attorney general are typically dealing with outside actors inflicting some sort of harm upon the tribe. Or it's an internal issue that needs to be resolved within the tribe itself. This, again, kind of is just a coloration of a point of question in that you have an individual tribal member who's received, impacted by two different actors. One is, their former employer. The other one is a contractor that they were working with, and whether there's some sort of recourse that the tribe could be involved with because they came to council and asked for that type of recourse and assistance. I will caution you that many times, the vast majority of times will probably be that the tribe's not in the position to assist the person in that way. There are certain circumstances that we'll get into later that the tribe can assist, but there are certain factors and boxes that we need to check in order for that to
With the civil rights office, and I know there's a budget for that. It was discussed on this floor lots of times before I got here. And that will help our tribal employees and our tribal members. Especially our tribal employees, with the employment assistance department program, where they go initially when they have questions, when they need help, and when they need, that little extra motivation or whatever, then forward on to the civil rights or something like that. We need a process, and the grievances as well. We need a process for our employees to have faith in, because our employees have no faith in our grievance processes. For instance, they file a grievance, someone can argue the technicality of it wasn't done in the right time frame and whatever, however, but the tribe has repeatedly not scheduled those hearings and have not followed their own process. So, we need that office to help these individuals. But yeah, that could be a discussion for after you get done with all of this, but yeah.
The next issue that we have is we provided a tribal law and order code recommendations for amendment that dealt with fentanyl trafficking. That came out of, I believe, committee, and the request was made to how do we combat this particular issue, and how do we do so in a way that doesn't implicate somebody's civil rights, personal rights, and what's the best way to combat it in an appropriate fashion. So we made a lot of changes that we felt were necessary to kind of broaden the scope, while also providing for an individual's civil rights to be protected. And how you all, I believe, are going to deal with that at some point here soon, or have already.
Civil rights for criminals, but not civil rights for employees. I just have a question. So in several of our committees, we've been discussing just how big of a need we have in updating a lot of our law and order code, but specifically around like alcohol, but it's not just ingestibles, right? Like, I don't know the legal term for all the ways that you can get these intoxicants into your body, but people are drinking more than just alcohol now. They're doing things differently than when our laws were written. Like, even the way we talk about them and classify the alcohols is no longer, that's outdated. So in your review, did we touch on any of that as far as highlighting areas that we need improvement or need, either there's a gap or needing to update? Because what we found was for bootlegging, for example, we know we need it done, so we're going to focus on this little part just to give the law enforcement a step up right now, a hand up. But at the same time, understanding that they really need a full-on law and order or code update or review. So did any of that come out in your review of this part?
So what we had done in this particular instance was broaden the scope to allow for law enforcement to take more affirmative action on particular instances. How it comes out in enforcement and practicality, you can write something down, but how you actually put it to use and enforce it and how it gets interpreted, that comes after the fact.
I was asking because this was specific on fentanyl, right? But we know there's already
Well,
fentanyl, all these other.
we broadened it out beyond fentanyl. Fentanyl was just a component. We went for more of an intoxication component.
Thank you.
Mike, both?
What is it, this is an example, I guess. What is it in our law and order code what changes can we make to our law and order code that will enhance the law enforcement's ability to arrest and prosecute a bootlegger, for example, or a drug dealer?
So,
and I ask that question from the standpoint, what my curiosity is, I think our problem's more about not what the law is, it's about the enforcement of it. Laws, sometimes, for whether we like it or not, or unfortunately, get in the way of effectively dealing with the situation. I use as an example, and I'm not certainly suggesting, we go to this extreme, but look what the Trump administration is doing to to suspected fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, you know, out in the oceans. They're literally blowing them out of the water. Okay? No, well, okay, see that, there you go. See, that's the problem, due process.
International law.
You know, we've had bootleggers and drug dealers forever, you know. It's not like we're a big metropolitan area here. We know who they are, you know. But getting them arrested and prosecuting them, you know, is the problem, because somehow something gets in the way. Maybe it's due process and how it's all got to be done correctly and all that stuff, you know, but it's more a matter, I guess my point is that, you know, you can't rewrite any codes, you know, to make the likelihood of prosecution, you know, arrest and prosecution more probable. You know, I think you know, our code's probably good enough. You know, it's more a matter of what kind of tactics are employed, you know, to carry out the law. You know, that's the way I see it, you know. And we can't legislate that. That's more a matter of policy, I believe. You know, bottom line is, you know, we've got this problem. There's nothing that complicated about it except the law complicates everything, you know. So what do we do? You know, Donald Trump is reverting back to the old West style of dealing with meting out justice, you know. Now, whether or not he's going to get prosecuted for that after he's not president anymore, you know, who knows, you know. But, do we want to go to that extreme? You know, sometimes I get so upset about it, I would say, yeah, you know, but I know that's not, you know, that's not kosher.
Sure. Thank you. Mike, you know, I really wanted to just address you and the council on this. With the changes to our laws, we do need that. And there's a law that we need to adopt. Blake, can you help me with what that's called to be able to hold people locally? I can't remember what it is.
Well, we recommended that you bring in the Tribal Law and Order Act enhancements.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we as a council need to adopt that, but we also have to have our law enforcement start pressuring them to house people locally and charge them tribally. Because what I see as a holdup from sitting on judiciary for so many years is not just our lack of prosecutors in our prosecutor's office, but our criminal investigators want to send everything federal. And I personally feel we have enough felons on our reservation. We have people having hard times, suffering from addictions. I don't want to create more felons because of that. I would like to try and put them in our own jail and offer some sort of pathway to recovery for specific crimes that were handled. I know there's some that we can't, but if it has to do with addiction, bootlegging, all of that, I think that solving that tribally instead of depending on the feds who give us, like 2 FBI agents, and their caseload is super high, I do think it's a problem we could solve here locally. And we do have the authority to do it. But amending those laws, that's why this morning, I don't know if you were in here, said if we get 13 or 14 people here today, I would like to do our first reading for our bootlegging law, which...
Can you explain to us how amending the bootlegging law is going to result in the arrest and prosecution of people that are bootlegging?
Well, it will give, for one, it'll change the status offense from a class, what was it, Emily, was it a C?
C.
Yeah, but you have to arrest somebody first before you can charge them with anything, A, B, or C.
But right now, to arrest somebody on a class B, you have to witness the crime being done, so they have to go by and all of that.
Exactly.
And
So
when they're not
why don't we
building,
say for a class B, you don't have to you don't have to,
Well, we're changing it to class.
observe somebody, actually, you can do it just on reasonable suspicion. But nobody wants to go there because that kind of smacks of Old West justice.
Let's go there. I try to go there on.
Let's say it then.
Imposed upon them based on their prior actions and being registered on the list. Our recommendation is that there's a prior notice basis. So if that an individual is on that particular list, that they notice ahead of time before they want to come, to allow for the appropriate actions to be taken place. Whether, if it's kids, you can respond accordingly from that and say, look, your permit's denied based off of kids are in school from 8 to 4:30 in the day, or there's after school or something along those lines that would otherwise create that issue for those individuals. If there is a party of the opposite sex who feels uncomfortable about the notice taking place, that this individual will be there, whether they, have a prior relationship or whatever the case may be, it allows that to be worked out. And there is, again, it's a permitting process that would be deployed on that particular basis. All right, I'm going to move to the next one, which was for contractor codes and licensing. We had an issue with a South Dakota Department of Labor inspector who started imposing upon the tribe and the tribe's facilities the South Dakota laws and regulations on whether or not an electrician's hookup to a building was going to be permissible, because that individual who knew what they were doing did not carry a current license. So what we did was provide an option for the tribe to enact regulations themselves to permit licensing to take place, have your own construction code that allows for this to take place without this sort of state intervention, and to kind of really quell that particular issue altogether. Putting that into effect may not be the full panacea, but it certainly provides the option of saying, well, we have a reasonable position here that the tribe has taken action to regulate within this particular area. And by doing so, there's an adjudication issue that goes to the tribe first before it goes to South Dakota Department of Labor and how it's ultimately going to be resolved. That's fine.
Good, Mike.
In relationship to the development of a code, to basically govern the world of construction, on our reservation, that is something that we do need. We do need a tribal code. And an important reason to have it is there's a possibility that someday the tribe may get the ability, the authorization from the federal government to be able to qualify for or do tax credit projects, for example, without having to go through the state or relying on the state's allocation. That's something that is a real possibility. If we get to that point and we're able to do that or qualify to do that, then having a code is going to be necessary. Because basically what we're doing is in tax credit, we're asking outside investors to invest in us, and they want assurances, of course, that investments are safe, in all areas, particularly when it comes to public safety, and that's what the codes are all about. So codes are development of codes, governing construction, plumbing, electricity, whatever it is. We do need a tribal code.
In addition to that, Seth and I haven't talked about it in great detail, but there's an opportunity for the tribe and the state to cooperate on this particular issue, to have, kind of a reciprocity.
Reciprocity.
Exactly, on that particular issue.
You also don't have to spend the time to, develop out the code yourself. You can depend on like the International Building Code or codes of that nature, fire protection, and just adopt them by resolution.
Other tribes may have them. They have them, you can borrow them.
And in fact, a lot of jurisdictions, whether state, local government, whatever, they adopt international building standards as well. It's a good place to start. It's a great idea.
Yeah, municipal codes.
I just had a brief comment.
I had a conversation with the state legislature this morning, and they have a sawmill over here. tribe is building, and they done electrical inspection. There were some things that didn't pass on there. His recommendation is that we get some of the, it's, you have to get a classification of the building because the sawmill was covered on dust. He's afraid of dust getting into his motors and causing a problem. And he himself told me, and also we had, we talked to the director on the phone, that he said that he knows that he doesn't have any regulations. I mean, he's state and we're trying. And they said, if I get a letter from the attorney, I'm gone. So I'm not expecting. But they said, for safety reasons, they would like to see like an engineer come in and classify these motors and the building. And somewhere down the road, years from now, something could happen. But he said, he knows that. I used to be a state inspector. I went and inspected other reservations and were there at the invitation of the tribes for safety purposes. Anyway, I thought I'd be sincere in that regard.
Emily. Thank you. I just wanted to add, we do need these, like the building codes, everything that Mike said, we do need them, but I also wanted to ask, like, is that something that you guys, within your purview, is that something that you would like maybe refer us to somebody that does that more for, specialty, because the reason I'm asking is, well, often what we've been done in the past is we do the reciprocity agreements, or we'll adopt yours, but then it's fit for us. Often it's a one-way thing. It meets their needs and it's not going to meet ours. We do that often. We bring people in and we have this amazing title in 18 and 19, for example, for our land use codes, but because it was developed for a city zoning, not a tribe or a res, it becomes a hindrance or an obstacle rather than a protection or an efficient process for us to follow. So I'm wondering, like, can you give us a recommendation on what would be the best way to go forward? Because I feel like that might be a short term, like, yeah, let's just get the states and do that now, but long term, we need something that works for us, and we need something that talks to our other codes. And for example, our land code, that city there, $1 million on the shelf, we need to be able to update those and make sure that they're not in conflict with our other ordinances like they are right now, so then we just ignore them, right?
My referral, Seth.
Okay.
I've done quite a bit of construction law in my career, and I've helped project manage quite a few different of them as well. And the issue that you're talking about is with everybody. I mean, does the state have the authority to, come on and regulate your electricity? No. But what they can do is cut the power off on the edge of the reservation for non-compliance with the permitting standards. So you're 100% right on that. Same as water. And they've taken a very hands-off approach based on certain locations, based on, I don't know, I mean, an inspector that does or doesn't want to participate or not. The triggering event is when somebody pulls a permit. That's when they have to come out. If a permit's open, it must be closed, otherwise it's non-compliant. So, but I do think that, and those international building codes are developed by engineers, architects, building managers from around the world, and they're updated on I think about every 5+ years. So it's a nice body of law to refer to, because that throughout the construction and development community, that individuals have accepted this as a standard for construction. So you could adopt those and then amend it if a new version comes out. And that, at least if somebody says, well, how do we need to build this certain project to this code? You say, yeah, it's the IBC. So that's something that can be done really easily. And then I think maybe you're talking maybe even a bit more about like the enforcement side of that. Like
Definitely, like the codes, I think that's the part that we get. But for us, like even the permitting structure and the processes and like that, like we've adopted that, but then they don't meet our structures or they conflict with our existing ordinances. So that's the part that I really feel we do need to have internal processes or internal procedures, even if we adopt and are using the same universal code.
And there's a couple ways you can do that. For the projects, you could require, like say, for the nursing home, it's a design build, so the contractor's working with an architect to build it all out. You as a tribe can require that the architect, while they're building that, provide you updates, that it complies with your things. Secondarily, you could hire a civil engineer. That could be just your tribal inspector, that anytime a permit's pulled, anytime your housing authority goes and, inspects or does something on property, they sign off on the work that's been done to say that it conforms to your law as well. So it's kind of a different way to do it. You can either privately do it and direct that activity to an outside party, or you can do it yourself. And both of them cost money, and it's expensive, but it's a matter of public safety as well.
Continue.
Okay. The next item is number 11, and it's foreign trade zone, and it also applies to incorporate your treaty rights for trade. So this kind of originated back early in the year. The Trump administration had imposed tariffs across the board. You had significant trade restrictions throughout the United States. That also implicates tribes and how they trade and how they build and how they do things. Your cost of inflation can rise, so it becomes more costly to do things that you want to do. Your projects may have a delay now because you can't afford the particular items that you otherwise were looking for. So a conversation was sparked by some of the tribal council members who attended RES, and which was the Reservation Economic Summit that was in Las Vegas this spring. One of the key things that was discussed is tribal trade. Can tribes create a trade network for these tariffed items to get into the United States for tribes, and then can tribes use those particular items for their own internal infrastructure projects or to sell them abroad outside the tribe's bounds? We provided a memo on the different procedures and ways that you can do that. You have a very unique treaty with multiple tribes. I believe it's a treaty of Fort Laramie in 1868 that had a number of tribes listed. You all were collectively incorporated into that treaty itself. You have additional treaties that came out later that also preserved. It did not restrict, it did not do anything other than acknowledge that there are existing treaties that will continue in effect. So the biggest one was that you have the ability to trade, free trade intercourse with other tribes within that original treaty. One of those tribes is I believe the Blackfeet up in Montana, right on the Canadian border. So you have a pass-through opportunity right there. You can get lumber or whatever Canadian products is there, or if it's imported into Canada, and then it can, be acquired by the Blackfeet or acquired by Rosebud, and then use that vehicle of trade right there through the Blackfeet jurisdiction. There's options there. There's other options that you have with the foreign trade zone. What we also refer to commonly as a free trade zone. It's an international hub that you set up that is primarily designed for international trade. You can get items from any country across the world, have it designated to your foreign trade zone. Typically, it's an assembly opportunity. So a common example I like to use is you think of a small engine motor. You're going to have pistons and gaskets and crankshafts and spark plugs and all of these components, right? So how foreign trade zone works is it's taxed off of the components when they come in. You can get multiple components for the price of one unit, which is a completed engine. So you get all those in, you have individuals within the jurisdiction of the tribe who want employment and job opportunities, who, they don't have law degrees or they don't have medical degrees. They have, the blue collar experience that you want to have and that you need to have. And they can assemble these engines or whatever the product ultimately is. I'm using engines broadly as an example, but you have the assembly take place. Now it becomes made in the USA, made by the Rosebud. It's a tribal product. It's an added production or added value product itself. And then so now Rosebud could then sell that product on the open market wherever they want to. So your tax incurred is going to be on the components, which is a fraction of what other products would ultimately be. And when you sell it from the tribe, and there's a market. Somebody's going to buy it. They're going to want mass production on something. You provide that opportunity there. The memorandums we provided are ways you can do it, locations you can do it, and that provides you the opportunity for consideration. Yes, Mike.
If I can remain seated, please.
Sure.
My knee hurts. That's fascinating stuff. You mentioned the language that's in a treaty language. Specifically, what does it say?
It says that you have free trade and intercourse with the signatories to the treaty itself.
Okay, cool. All right. Now, with that in mind, then the language that's in the Constitution. First of all, treaties are the supreme law. Okay, that's a concept embedded in the Constitution. And also, the language that in the Constitution that says that Congress shall have the authority to regulate commerce between foreign nations and Indian tribes. Which one trumps? Which one between that language and the Constitution?
Sure.
And what does that mean? Congress has the authority to regulate. Okay, but does the language in the Constitution that says treaties are the supreme law, does that trump? You see where I'm going there? You know what's your idea of legal?
Your reference,
You know,
your
how
reference
that
is-
plays into all this.
Yeah, to the Indian conflict.
To our
This is
advantage.
how we commonly refer to it. So there is the interplay of what Congress can and can't do. You know, it's actually is kind of a muscle on both ends, right? You have a muscle for Congress to exercise to regulate trade and commerce with amongst Indian tribes and then foreign nations.
Does the supremacy of treaty law trump that authority?
In this manner, yes, unless Congress says otherwise.
Well,
And
Congress can always
Yeah, and-
advocate a treaty too.
Exactly.
My point.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think but the executive can't. The executive cannot unilaterally do so. It takes an act of Congress, which is a separate legislative body. And then we'll have the litigation aspect of it if it goes in that direction. It's a great constitutional inquiry of how this will work and play out. In this particular instance, you've got the Treaty of Fort Laramie. You also have what's called the Jay Treaty, which allows for tribes to exercise that free right of passage across the border, north border. And that's kind of your vehicle on
And
how.
how would the courts?
So the short answer is
all the way up the line of the Supreme Court.
yeah, the courts so far, as it applies to the Jay Treaty, which is that vehicle to get across the border with free product, they have restricted individual Indians, but they have never said anything in particular to tribes. There is a case right now being litigated with some of the Blackfeet tribal members who are trying to say that tariffs imposed don't apply because of the treaty right. That's kind of a very singular issue right now. How that plays out, I think it's ultimately going to come down to you have that aspect of restriction on individual members. But again, as it's a tribe, as it's a government, that's a different issue altogether, and courts have not tackled that. They haven't even been approached on that issue. I think to the extent that they have, they've favored that the tribes do have that treaty right to exercise. And if it went to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court's going to have a really hard time saying, no, that treaty doesn't count, that treaty doesn't matter in that specific provision.
Why would they have such a hard time? Because of precedents that reflect?
Yeah, precedents, you have that combination of the treaties are the supreme law of the land. And they have to recognize those.
You also can't acknowledge just the, say the treaties of southeastern tribe versus, the Rosebud Sioux tribe. You can't, they don't have the ability to be based on almost an equal protection type claim to acknowledge one treaty but not another. So I think you're in great shape there. And the other thing I like to conceptualize with this too is don't think of hauling in steel, which would be applicable to this and all that stuff, which would be very challenging and time to think of microchips. I mean, how many microchips can you get in a computer box this big and manufacture some other small product? I mean, it's incredibly viable, and there's definitely a pathway to this for sure.
Thank you.
Brett?
Yeah. Joe, just real briefly, when we talk treaty, I participated in some law symposiums in the University of South Dakota, Frank Palmershine, and they had a couple panels. So when we talk about treaties, going back to KXL, and then we never wanted a federal judge to interpret a treaty and make it precedent. So when we talk about treaty, and then we look at, there was a lady, her and Mario Gonzalez, her name was Rebecca Kidder, and she was on that panel, law panel. She described, she said that she was going to do a brief explaining to federal judges that the 68 was different from any other treaty ever made because it was a peace treaty. There was no land agreements, there was nothing, no minerals, things like this. And she wanted to write that brief for federal courts so federal judges and people in the Supreme Court understand that these treaties were different from any other treaty. And I don't know what became of that, if she ever written it, but I made a motion here for our Attorney General or Assistant Attorney General to write our own brief here, because we've done lawsuits, IHS, things like this, but nothing has became of that. Yeah, we won, but nothing ever using the treaty, trust responsibilities, things like this. But when we go into treaty language and we look at how we're going to use the treaty, I believe that, I don't know, maybe it's in the verbatim that I made that motion for the, I don't know, I can't remember the name of the Assistant Attorney General at the time, but I don't know if that ever came about, but a lot of motions are made here. Some are taken serious, some aren't, but there's a lot of motions that come out of here. But I believe that as a follow-up, attending that law symposium, and then there was people that came from California, and they were explaining about corporate tribes now. Tribes coming under corporation, getting a corporate number and becoming a tribe. And then you had state recognized and you had federally recognized. But state recognized and corporate recognized no treaties in those tribes. But they still, they never, like when we talk about trade and things like this, those corporate or state recognized, they'll use videos. They probably never grew up in an impoverished area, or they never, like Pine Ridge or here, but they'll use the videos to get what they want in those committees, those higher up committees, TBIC or anywhere. But so I want to see if you guys can find a brief written about the treaties in federal court for federal judges or for any Supreme Court, if you guys can find something like that, explaining about the treaty being different from any other treaty. I'd like to make that comment.
Oh,
And I think that symposium was also in relation to the Oglala Sioux Tribe's litigation for police power and how it related back to it. And our firm is still representing the Oglala Sioux Tribe in those pursuits. We'll be able to get a hold of that and share whatever we find for sure.
Number 12. I don't have a tremendous amount of information on this because it's a memorandum that was done by one of our other partners and he didn't circulate it. But my understanding from the conversation exchange is that there were allegations made regarding a correctional institution action. I don't know if those were internal or external allegations that were being made, but ultimately there were at least some policy changes that came of it. I believe it also may have impacted the status of whether or not a 93-638 compact or contract would be continued or approved Again, I don't really know all of the implications on it. I'm going to request the memorandum, but I have a record of at least the conversation taking place. And when we get this cycle of memorandums to provide to you, I can look it over pretty quickly and say additional information. Yes.
Just a quick question as far as the time, like, is there a year when this?
It was earlier this year.
Earlier this year?
Yeah.
So you'll still be following up?
Yes. The next one is number 13. Tribe had a tribal care facility. I believe you've had 3 buildings related or constructed or in the process of being constructed. The first building had some issues with the foundation. It was coming down to whether the contract provided for opportunity for the tribe to call the bond or the child care facility to call the bond on that particular contract and get compensated for the work being done. My recollection, again, this was probably in March when this happened, is that went through, the issue was resolved, and the construction company went forward with getting the project completed. I think there was actually an outside construction company that completed the work, and the original construction company paid for it. The next thing is the IHS shortfall claims. When we were here last spring, it was kind of discussed to you guys generally. There are a number of cases that are moving forward. These are IHS agreements where the IHS has said, hey, we're going to give you $1 million for your operations of your IHS facility that pays for your staff and your salary and your indirect and your direct costs associated with that. At the end of the year, they don't pay you the full $1 million, they only pay you $800,000. And so that $200,000 aspect becomes a shortfall that you've not been compensated. You all experienced this while we were here with regard to your ambulatory services, to where you had to provide money so that they could continue on for the remainder of the year. You guys made up that shortfall. That's a cost tried to incur that it did not otherwise have to incur. And the outcome is it creates a recoverable damage that the tribe could go after to recover that cost, that shortfall cost. There are other calculations that go into that for, how that is operated. You have third-party claims, so if that individual has insurance, you collect against that. The money that you collect would go back into your program or programs that you invest in for healthcare services. And then you have the final damage, which is an expectation damage of what you otherwise would have made had everything been paid. And so those are being litigated now throughout the United States. Flandrew's got one. I've got one for another client, the Prairie Band, Potawatomi Nation in Kansas. All of those cases right now are stayed due to the government shutdown, and they're not likely to move forward until this shutdown is lifted, and we'll probably get new briefing schedules on how those will go forward. My understanding, I don't know what the Flandreau status is, but right now Prairie Band is poised to be the first case to be litigated, and it will go forward on determining what those third-party costs ultimately, what the calculations will ultimately be, and then whether expectation damages will be recoverable as well.
I'd also note that under the Contract Dispute Act claim, which is what these are all brought under,
right,
is that you can go back several years and recover years that have already passed. But, now that it's in, the end of October, you've missed a fiscal year from last year. So you can't go back for a fiscal year 2019, but moving forward with that, you can.
You could go 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and now 25 going forward. So you have a 6-year window on the Contract Disputes Act that allow you to go back that far.
Many of these cases are settled out, and that's, it's very frequent. I'd guess there's a few hundred of these cases across the country.
Yeah, right now there certainly are at least a few hundred. That's right. Most of them will likely settle out. It will come down to a certain tribe who has a good set of facts and position to play that they may go forward and try to litigate this to get a firm methodology straightened out between tribes and IHS.
Sure.
So you're waiting on us to take some action so you can pursue these claims for us?
Yeah, if you all would like us to to review those further. I think we had an initial case that we looked at. You all had a judgment come down that said that IHS owes you a particular duty. Isn't that right, Wayne? That we had on that one? I'm reaching on.
That they didn't live up to their treaty obligation?
Right, you had a treaty obligations that they would provide a doctor. That's what it was.
Yeah.
There's no funding attached to that.
Right. There was no method of, we'll give you a doctor, but we can't pay him.
Other
It's
than
we
an
haven't-
admission,
What's that?
other than an admission.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there was no monetary damage attached to it. These are based off of contracts that you already have in existence to operate your healthcare facilities.
So I'll make a motion to authorize you to pursue
Contract support.
Review further, or what would you?
My recommendation to assist with this would be to investigate what contract support claims that you may have first. And then that way it allows us to give you a full picture here so that you can move forward on the administrative claims first, and then we can proceed if litigation's needed.
Okay, so motion to authorize our AG firm to investigate the claims regarding the IHS shortfalls and contract support. Wendy?
Second.
Second,
One
question.
question.
Any question? All in favor?
Wow,
Opposed?
0.
I'm voting.
What?
Motion carried.
Council, I have a question too.
Go ahead, Michelle. Michelle and then Mike.
Oh, go ahead. I can go after Michelle though. I just had it.
Michelle, Emily, Mike.
Just going back, because I know there was a meeting made that, or there was a motion made that all of the memos will be sent out to us, but just wanted to go back because I see there was, so far, there was 5 memorandums that were done that council has not had a chance to review. And I know you said you'll send those out to us, but for the future, can you put the dates that these memorandums were done in here so we know like the time frame that you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Emily and then Mike.
Thank you. I just had a kind of adjacent question. Last week, recently, I had made some motions regarding our local IHS facility and some action that we wanted to potentially take. One of the motions was regarding asking our in-house attorney to kind of research and provide us some options so that we can plan or decide on what our plan of action moving forward would be. Whenever I went to follow up with them, he stated he might not be an expert in that field and we might need to look for somebody more like that. Is that something that we can refer to you guys, or is that something that's still beyond you that we might need to find somebody specifically looking at IHS or healthcare type stuff?
Done a lot of healthcare work at the firm.
Okay, so in the future, should I just refer those to you rather than to our in-house? Because I don't think we've had any follow-up and it's been like 2 weeks, and so like, to be able to make any decision. Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Yeah, if I could get back to the discussion on contract support costs and, pursuing that. My question was, what, if any, how does any past legal decisions made in this area relate to the current situation? I think, Wayne, was it the Rama decision? That primarily was about indirect cost, contract support?
Right.
Yeah, and we won that, and we got a settlement. So, given that, again, your contract support costs, shortfall, blah, blah, blah.
I'm not sure, Mike, but I think what they're talking about here is you're entitled to contract support costs on the money you collected by the third party.
Yes.
And IHS is saying no. So that's what this is all about. We feel that any funds that we collect third party that we administer, we're entitled to collect indirect costs.
Right, okay. So the Rama decision then probably should work in our favor then.
Yeah, Rama was a precursor for claim number 1 on your direct and indirect costs. And then Bracero, which is the case that came down last
So
June.
obviously there's, in response to the question, where's the money? They're gonna say, well, Congress didn't appropriate it.
Well, Mike,
Or have they, and it's just a bureaucratic administrative thing.
as a result of Rama, then there is no budget for indirect costs. Every year, IHS and BIA have to calculate what indirect costs are tried, and then they give that bill directly to Treasury, and then Treasury pays it to make sure that we're getting all the money we're entitled to.
Right.
So
So it's an administrative bureaucratic thing then.
in the past, Congress had to appropriate the funds and always fight over what wasn't appropriated, blah, blah, blah. Now that bill goes directly to Treasury, and because of the lawsuit, Treasury has to pay it. So if we win this lawsuit, I'm assuming it'll follow the same process.
So we're suing the Department of Treasury, i.e. the government then.
It's under each so the contract applies to any contract that the federal government has with anybody. The Rama precedent's spot on. The indirect cost process is very convoluted.
Are we the only tribe in this predicament?
No,
So why aren't we working with other tribes to consolidate this effort?
it doesn't, it's not quite how that Contract Dispute Act works because it's just between the contract with the actual contract awardee and the government itself. So it's not very easy to do that. But
Right, but everybody's gonna benefit from
Right.
whatever the result is, right?
Yeah, everybody
That's what happened
benefits
in
from
Rama.
those results if it gets to court. The other thing that this won't be appropriate necessarily because settlement judgments out of these type of claims come from the United States Judgment
I'll
Fund.
bring that up because these adventures cost money, and, well, I hope I don't have to lecture anybody on how tight money is right now. Whether or not the
You said your store is donating to the tribe.
cost reward benefits are gonna be, Well, I'm sorry if I'm a penny pitcher, but that's,
So, I mean, to assist with this, as Seth said, most of these cases right now are settling out because the government doesn't want to have an.
so there have been settlements.
Yes, there have been.
Okay, and how exhaustive were they?
It depends on how big of a award that you were owed and then how much in third-party receipts that you have made. And so you can do that based off of you want to look at your audits for the tribe to see how much did you spend and determine what your net revenue is off of that basis. And you can use that as a calculation.
And they would negotiate that settlement. I mean, they might communicate it to us, but it comes directly to this tribal council to make a decision
Right.
on whether or not to accept that.
So Wayne, do we have our ducks in a row then as far as being able to back up our claims?
We have all the information you need, and it's important that we file right away because the most amount of money that we collected third party has happened in the last 5 years. Prior to that, there were small amounts, but probably 5 years ago to now, it's maybe 500,000 to maybe a bigger amounts are coming right now.
And then one more question I have is, in the 2025 mega, program, our contract support costs an item that's going to get looked at?
Are you talking about the big beautiful bill that came out?
Well, yeah, the big beautiful bill, basically, yeah, same thing.
Didn't impact it there. I wouldn't
But
anticipate
the
it.
mega 2025 spending program for, that, yeah.
I haven't reviewed that fully, but
Trump's big beautiful bill is built on that 2025.
Oh, Project 2025.
yeah, I don't think so. I mean, like I said, these contract support costs are for every contract, so it's like
But I mean,
building.
they're not targeting contract support costs.
It wasn't
in terms of
included.
reducing the budget and all that stuff.
It wasn't included as it applies to tribes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Mike, you have to remember that Rama was a federal suit when we got to Supreme Court.
Right, I understand that.
There's a federal law that says they have to pay.
That was the Supreme Court then. Now we've got a different Supreme Court. it seems, you know,
I'm not a lawyer, but
they're malleable.
I don't think Congress and administration can arbitrarily do that without filing an emergency. But I'm not a lawyer.
Look what the dear leader is making happen, and what they're doing.
To be fair, litigation was favorable to tribes. I mean, that's worth noting.
Yeah, Becerra was the most recent to go through the Supreme Court last June. And the outcome of that ruled in favor of tribes to collect on those third-party receipts. So it said that, IHS, you have a duty to pay on those third-party receipts. The issue came up last December is how does that payment get calculated? And so the methodology is now the issue.
So it's the mathematics that is.
Right, very much. And how they do the
Where
accounting.
the argument is.
Correct.
The different interpretation. All right.
Excuse me. Is it okay if I move to the next issue? The next issue is ICOOP, which is the Intertribal Council on Utility Policy. So you all originally were a founding tribe within ICOOP. There were a number of other tribes. You all had different representatives at that time, and the organization has ultimately just gone dormant. One of the key things with this organization is it owns stock in a particular company, which is this ICOOP, Native. The company Native. Ultimately, Native had transitioned from a for-profit company to a public benefit corporation, which is, I haven't even wrapped my head around yet what exactly that looks like and how it works and operates, other than it's for a public benefit. It's kind of a quasi-nonprofit, but they still do for-profit activities. The outcome of it is their transition required a stock sale. They have proceeds from that stock sale that have not been collected. And Native doesn't know how to make that payment or who to make that payment to. Their counsel has reached out on a couple occasions and saying, hey, we'd like to pay somebody this amount of stock because it's just a liability hanging on our books and it's just stagnated there. But the issue is they don't have anybody to communicate with. And so they'd reached out to Rosebud, being a founding tribe, to say, hey, how do you guys want to do this? And we provided some recommendations on this. The memorandum attributed to it that came out this spring was providing you all with two options. Either you revitalize ICOOP and put some new board members on there and get it going, and you can operate it accordingly, or you dissolve it, and we can work with you on the dissolution. It appears that at some point it tried to be dissolved, and then it never got across the finish line. I don't think the court had ultimately ruled on the action to do so, so it's just been kind of stagnated there as well. Or the other option is that you make a motion to just escheat, which is just take it from this company as it's a part of the tribe itself. It's a tribal entity. It's my understanding it was originally founded under the Rosebud Sioux tribe as a nonprofit organization. So therefore, with it being defunct, it's just a sitting asset at that point. You all could take it.
Were we the only founding tribe, or I thought you said there was other tribes?
There are other tribes, but it was incorporated under the Rosebud Sioux tribe code, I believe.
Do you know how many and who those other tribes are?
I can go back and look. It's been a little bit since
I just didn't know.
Yeah.
What's the value of the stock?
I think it was about 150,000.
Well, one of the things I was concerned about, I'm not sure if you guys checked into it, but this IQ is one that did the wind turbine out the casino. That's what this was all about.
For what, Wayne?
The wind turbine at the
Oh,
casino.
okay, all right.
And when that was built, then there were some green energy credits that were sold, I believe, to Ellsworth Air Force Base. And they were supposed to get credit for the amount of energy that we produced every year. But that thing was supposed to operate for, I think it was like 20 years, and it never operated for the full 20 years. So at one time, somebody was asking how can they be compensated for the lack of those green energy? So that's why I never got too interested in us collecting that money because if we do that, are we gonna be responsible for paying back Active Air Force Base for the green credits that they never received?
Maybe it's best to let that dog stay
That's,
buried.
but I'm not a lawyer and I'm not sure if that's part of the investigation, but that was my only concern.
Do we know,
But,
do we know what that value of the loss of green energy credits would have been?
We don't know. This is the first we've heard about the green energy credits associated with that. We can look at it a little bit harder, and now that we know that context as well, I think that may narrow out your options pretty quickly to one, but we'll certainly see.
Maybe you should just let sleeping dogs lie.
Blaine,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move to direct them to look into more into the IQ,
I'll second, just to bring back some options.
and bring back some options.
any discussion? No discussion? Sherry?
No, I was just gonna call for the question if there's no discussion.
All in favor?
Good question?
Sherry,
Sherry.
Well,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
what?
Motion carried.
And the next matter we have is, we had an ICWA case in California. There were a couple little girls who I think at the time may have been eligible to be members of the tribe and then ultimately became members of the tribe. The particular issue was ultimately resolved. They were placed in an adopted family home, which they were done in an interim. And some of the stipulations in the final order were that they would also be incorporated into the tribe. So the adopted parent is going to bring the girls to the tribe to interact with family relatives on the extended side and also participate in tribal functions as well. So, it's a pretty good outcome in that particular case. So the last thing on this particular issue is the Cherry Todd litigation review. We had two particular cases. One appeared to be resolved, and it was a homeowner who had LIHEAP credits, and then there was a cutoff at that time, and they had sued, and I think the issue was ultimately resolved on that particular basis. It was just when we had the initial request, it was to see what litigation was still outstanding. This was a case that came up. I don't know that it has had a final order, but again, the case is ultimately probably moot at this point because of time. The other issue was the process of voting for individual tribal members who wanted to participate in the Cherry Todd voting process. On one occasion, it appeared that Cherry Todd members were not allowing tribal members to vote because they had a PO box and not a physical address, or whatever stipulations that they wanted to come up with at that time. Again, that's been several years ago. Case didn't have a final order, so it's still on the docket. But the issue itself has become moot because those activities have since passed. And we weren't asked to look at what Cherry Todd does now. I don't know that it's going to have a significant impact on what and how we do our job for you.
When you looked at that, were you able to look at the current policy at that time? Like, was there a policy that you couldn't vote if you didn't have the right address?
My understanding is that they changed the policy after the litigation took place because it was discussed as one of the defenses that they had in that particular case. How they do things now, I haven't looked at it.
I just didn't know if it was still an issue.
It's probably not an issue because
If they changed it.
They changed it.
Thank you.
So that is the conclusions of what we have done that is of public knowledge that we can share with you. If we turn to the front part of the document, we can start going through some of the issues that'll be.
Yeah, so, why don't you take a 10-minute break and then we'll go on to this one.
Yeah.
Really quick.
Wasn't their argument is that their bylaws do not have to be approved?
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Now you can have your discussion.
I mean, that was that was their argument, that their bylaws do not have to be approved here.
But it's a legal opinion, that's why I'm asking for our legal.
And he's writing it down for you.
Okay. So I don't know if I said that or got it right. So just a motion to have the AG review the SFIS appointment of new board members, their legal opinion, and also clarifying if bylaw changes need to be approved by tribal council.
Yeah, I think, yeah, because
They amended their bylaws to say that they could conduct their own.
Mike, can you wait till the discussion?
Because
After
they
this is
didn't
ready.
follow, they didn't follow. Okay, so that's the motion, I did the second.
Michelle already seconded it. There's no word. Mike, are you done with your discussion?
Yeah.
All right. Terry, question?
I do have a discussion question, well, just something second. Just for your information, we had a meeting with St. Francis Indian School and the lawyer a year or so ago. And, it wasn't clear at that meeting that the changes from their charter that I still think is the one they should be going by has not come to the tribal council for changes. So at that time, we did establish that, but yet they still moved on with their new bylaws. So there was a discussion here.
And then seated, right? That's Tammy's concern, was that then they use those bylaws to seat the
Right,
current.
they changed the election process, yeah.
That's all the discussion. All in favor?
Nine,
Opposed?
zero,
Not voting.
one,
I'm not voting on this one because I don't want to get.
three,
That's for the record.
Why are we supposed to be scared? We're gonna get beat up?
Exact words he said.
Do we want to take?
We're recessing now?
For lunch?
No, I mean. For the listeners, we're going to be going into executive session. There are things of a legal matter that can't be discussed on the air to protect the people that are involved. So we'll be coming back on after this discussion's over. Thank you.